as it will help the algorithm to pick my channel. Let's talk about dark matter and dark energy. If life itself is an unsolved enigma, then what about everything around it? Because when we look up at the night sky, we see stars, galaxies, and endless beauty. But what if I told you that everything you can see, all of it, makes up less than 5% of the universe? That means 95% is invisible, unseen, untouched, unknown. They call it dark matter and dark energy. The two biggest mysteries in science, the backbone of the cosmos, but completely invisible to our eyes. It's as if the universe is playing a game of hide and seek.
You can see here that we are live,
and we're losing.
But we are not
Crazy,
live
right?
with a webcam.
We can
We are
split
just playing
atoms, explore Mars, even film black holes, but we still don't know what most of the universe is. When astronomers point their telescopes at galaxies, they notice something strange. These galaxies spin faster than they should. According to the laws of physics, they should have ripped themselves apart billions of years ago, but they didn't. Something unseen is holding them together. That's where dark matter comes in, an invisible glue, a cosmic web of mystery that binds the universe together. It doesn't glow, it doesn't reflect light, but its gravity is undeniable. It's everywhere, even passing through you right now. Yes, right now as you listen. Trillions of invisible particles are slipping through your body, and you can't feel a thing. Dark matter, the hidden archaeology of the universe, a forbidden layer beneath everything we know, filled with lost knowledge and forbidden truths that science can't yet touch. And then there's dark energy. Its even more mysterious twin. If dark matter holds the universe together, dark energy is tearing it apart. It's pushing galaxies away from each other, stretching space itself faster and faster. Scientists expected gravity to slow the universe down over time, but instead, it's speeding up, like the universe just slammed on the gas pedal. Why? No one knows. It's like someone or something flipped a switch. Some scientists believe dark energy is a property of space itself. Others think it's something far deeper, like a hidden force field from another dimension. And then there are those who whisper that we're just scratching the surface of ancient technology, the kind the universe itself uses. Imagine if we could harness that, the power that drives galaxies, the energy that shapes creation. It would be the greatest ancient discovery in history, a bridge between science and the divine. But for now, it remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries. Every time you look up at the stars, you're not just looking at light, you're looking into the unknown, into the 95% of reality that no telescope, no theory, and no equation can explain. And if the universe itself is hiding its secrets, what else is it keeping from us? Because maybe the mystery isn't just out there, maybe it's in here. Let's talk about the most personal mystery of all. Consciousness. What makes you, you? Not your name, not your body, but your thoughts, your awareness, your soul. You can measure the brain, you can scan it, stimulate it, even map its activity, but you still can't find where you are. Scientists call it the hard problem of consciousness. It's the question that no experiment can solve. How does a lump of matter inside your skull create something as vivid as thought, emotion, and dreams? How does electricity become experience? It's not just a question of biology. It's an ancient mystery that's haunted philosophers, mystics, and scientists for centuries. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of India, from the lost cities of the world to modern neuroscience labs, everyone's been chasing the same forbidden knowledge. What is consciousness? And where does it come from? Some say it's just neurons firing, chemistry pretending to be thought. Others say consciousness is the universe experiencing itself. And then there are theories, deep, strange ones, that suggest consciousness is fundamental, that it existed before matter, that the universe itself is alive. Could that be the hidden secret? That everything, from stars to cells, shares one vast connected mind? If that's true, then maybe we're not alone in the universe. Maybe we are the universe, experiencing itself through countless eyes, countless lives, countless worlds. It's beautiful and terrifying. because it means that the boundary between you and everything else might be an illusion. Science calls this impossible. Mystics call it enlightenment, but both are staring at the same truth, a truth just beyond our reach. And maybe that's where the soul lives. But the mysteries don't stop with us. They stretch across the cosmos, to things we can't see, can't touch, can't count. Let's take a step further into the dark, to the missing matter of the universe. Here's the strange thing. Even if you take all the stars, planets, and galaxies we can see, you're still missing a lot of mass. It's called the missing baryon problem. Astronomers have been looking for it for decades. They can see where it should be. They can even measure its gravity, but it's just gone. Some think it's hiding in thin gas clouds between galaxies, too faint to detect. Others believe it's trapped in cosmic filaments, invisible strands that hold the universe together like spider silk. But what if it's not missing at all? What if it's been taken? There are ancient legends, stories that whisper about cosmic harvesters, beings who fed on the energy of worlds, of civilizations that vanished without a trace, as if the universe itself had erased them. Lost civilizations, lost stars, lost knowledge. It sounds like science fiction, but when you realize that half the ordinary matter in the universe is missing, you start to wonder, what happened to it? Could the universe be alive, consuming itself in cycles of creation and destruction? Could this be one of the forbidden truths hidden within the cosmic code? We may never know, but the mystery continues, stretching across time and space, challenging everything we think we know about reality. From the beginning of life, to the invisible threads of the cosmos, to the consciousness inside us. The deeper we look, the stranger it gets. And just when you think it can't get weirder, a signal appears, a single sound from the stars, one that changed everything. Let's talk about the Wao SIgnal. August 15th, 1977. Ohio State University's Big Ear radio telescope picks up something unusual. A signal, strong, precise, and not from Earth. It lasted 72 seconds, then it vanished. When the data printed out, one astronomer circled it in red ink and wrote one word in the margin. Wow! No one has ever heard it again. To this day, no satellite, planet, or star can explain it. It came from the direction of Sagittarius, the same part of the sky where ancient civilizations once claimed the gods lived. Coincidence? Or connection? Scientists tried everything. They checked comets, signals, satellites, even secret transmissions. Nothing matched. It wasn't random, it wasn't noise, it was intentional. If someone or something was trying to talk to us, why didn't they call back? Maybe it was a lost message, a whisper from a civilization long gone. Or maybe it was a test to see if we were ready to listen. Either way, that single wow still echoes across time. It's a reminder that we're not just exploring the stars. The stars might be exploring us. If you've made it this far, you've already taken a journey beyond science, beyond logic, into the hidden archaeology of the universe. And yet, the mysteries only deepen, because sometimes the strangest secrets aren't in the sky. They're beneath our feet. And in the next part, we'll descend into the most haunting sound on Earth. A hum that never stops, unseen, untraceable, unexplained. They call it the Taos Hum. It started as a whisper, a vibration, deep, steady, almost alive. At first I thought it was in my head, a late-night drone of some faraway machine, maybe a truck idling on a distant road. But when I stepped outside into the desert silence of Taos, New Mexico, the sound was still there, low, constant, unnervingly real. Locals called it the hum. Some said it came from underground tunnels. Others swore it was a secret government experiment. A few even claimed it wasn't sound at all, but a pulse. Something ancient. Something that had always been there, waiting for us to notice. You see, Taos isn't just any small desert town. It's surrounded by sacred mesas, old Pueblo ruins, and caves carved by time and wind. There's an energy here, raw, quiet, and haunting, It's the kind of place where you feel history breathing just beneath the soil. And maybe that's why the Hum chose here. I met an old man named Miguel. He'd lived here all his life. He said the Hum began one night when the stars shook. His words, not mine. The air changed, he told me, like the earth was humming back. Scientists came. They set up microphones, sensors, and instruments. They wanted to prove it was real, or maybe prove it wasn't. But every time they recorded it, the sound disappeared. When they left, it came back. That's when it hit me. Whatever this was, it wasn't just noise. It was almost intelligent. It knew when we were listening. For some, the hum became unbearable. They couldn't sleep, couldn't think. It vibrated through walls, through bodies, through dreams. Some moved away entirely, but others, like me, stayed. Not out of bravery, but curiosity. Because when you live in a world filled with hidden secrets, forbidden knowledge, and ancient mysteries, you stop asking if something is real, and start asking why. And then, one night, it changed. I was recording near the Rio Grande Gorge Bridge, just outside Taos. The sky was perfectly still. No cars, no wind, just the low hum rising and falling like a heartbeat beneath the earth. Then it stopped. Silence. For a moment I thought maybe it was over. Then, a sound. Not from beneath me this time, but from above. A faint rhythmic pulse that seemed to echo from the sky itself. My recorder caught it, barely. A series of deep tones at frequencies too low for most humans to hear. When I analyzed it later, the pattern wasn't random. It matched something I'd read about in declassified sonar data from the 1990s. A sound known as the bloop. If the Taos hum was the earth whispering, then the bloop was the ocean screaming. In 1997, a team of scientists working with the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration picked up something strange on their underwater microphones, hydrophones, deep in the Pacific. It was unlike anything they'd heard before. So loud it could be detected across thousands of miles. So deep, it seemed impossible that any living creature could have made it. They called it the bloop. And when they traced its location, it came from near the South Pacific, not far from the icy coast of Antarctica. Now here's where things get unsettling. The bloop wasn't random either. It had rhythm, a structure, almost like speech. And when I played the Taos hum next to it, sped up, slowed down, shifted, they aligned. Different frequencies, same pulse pattern, as if one was answering the other. What if the earth itself is communicating through sound? Think about it. Ancient civilizations spoke of the music of the spheres, the belief that the world, and even the stars, vibrate with frequencies of creation. What if those weren't just myths? What if the Taos hum and the bloop are echoes of something older than humanity itself? Lost knowledge from a time when our ancestors understood the planet's song? Maybe. We've just forgotten how to listen. Scientists tried to explain the bloop, of course. Some said it was shifting icebergs. Others, underwater volcanic activity. A few even suggested military submarines testing new technology. But none of it fit perfectly, because no natural process could produce a sound that loud, that structured, or that far-reaching. The recording, if you've heard it, doesn't sound mechanical. It doesn't sound geological either. It sounds alive, like the ocean itself breathing in slow, ancient rhythms, or something beneath it. You might be thinking, this sounds crazy. But here's the strange part. After the bloop was detected, it never happened again. At least, not officially. Every attempt to record it again failed. Just like the Taos hum vanished every time someone tried to measure it. It's almost as if both were warnings, brief moments when the world let us hear what lies hidden beneath the noise of modern life, a message we weren't meant to understand. You know, every culture has stories about the earth speaking. The Hopi tribes spoke of the emergence, when the world itself called its people to rise from the underworld. The ancient Sumerians believed the gods communicated through the Abzu, the deep waters below creation. And the Celts? They said certain places hummed with the breath of the gods. Sound familiar? Maybe those myths weren't fantasy. Maybe they were warnings. Reminders that our planet holds forbidden truths. Frequencies so powerful that even modern science can't explain them. Late one night, I played the recordings together again. The hum from Taos, the bloop from the Pacific. I slowed them down, layered them, listened. And what I heard sent chills through me. The two sounds formed a pattern, almost a beat, a sequence that repeated in perfect rhythm, like a code, a signal, a heartbeat. The Earth was alive, and maybe it was trying to tell us something. I know how it sounds, but remember, every great discovery in history began as something science can't explain. Electricity, magnetism, even gravity once baffled the greatest minds. What if the hum and the bloop are just the next mystery waiting to be understood? Hidden messages from a living planet, echoing through ancient frequencies we've long forgotten how to hear. Or maybe it isn't the Earth at all. Maybe it's something beneath it, something older, something that remembers us. And next time the world hums, or the ocean roars, maybe it's not just nature. Maybe it's history itself, calling from the depths, reminding us that some mysteries they never wanted you to know still refuse to stay silent. And that's when it hit me. The hum and the bloop, they weren't random. They were connected, like a whisper and a scream from two sides of the same world, a bridge between sound and silence, between what we know and what we were never meant to discover. It begins with a sound, one that never truly ends. A low, vibrating pulse, rising from the soil of a quiet New Mexico town. Locals call it the Taos Hum. Some say it's the Earth itself, whispering secrets buried deep beneath centuries of silence. Others say it's something else, something that was never meant to be heard. No one can escape it. For those who hear it, it's a curse, a soft, droning frequency that follows them everywhere. At night, it vibrates through the walls, through their bones, through their dreams. And yet, no scientific instrument can fully explain it. No machine can reproduce it. No one can turn it off. But what if this sound wasn't man-made? What if it wasn't mechanical, but ancient? What if this low frequency was a key? A frequency tied to something buried far beneath the Earth. A lost civilization whose technology hums quietly beneath our feet. A hidden secret that science still can't explain. Taos, New Mexico. A small artistic town surrounded by desert mesas and sacred Native American land. Since the early 1990s, hundreds of residents began reporting the same bizarre phenomenon. A constant low-frequency rumble. Not everyone could hear it, but those who did described it the same way, like a diesel engine idling just outside their homes. Yet when they searched for a source, there was nothing. No truck, no generator, no vibration, just that unending tone that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. Scientists arrived. Acoustics experts, physicists, even geologists. They brought instruments, microphones, seismographs. They measured the air, the ground, the electromagnetic spectrum. But every time, the results were inconclusive. The sound existed, at least to the human ear, but not to science. The Taos Hum wasn't just a mystery, it was a challenge to modern understanding. But beneath that surface-level curiosity, another story began to emerge. Some native elders claimed that this hum wasn't new at all. They said their ancestors spoke of it centuries ago, a low tone heard in the stillness of night and described as the breath of the earth. They believed it came from the ancient ones, those who lived before recorded history, a civilization that vanished, leaving behind echoes too deep for human instruments to capture, whispered, lost civilizations, forbidden knowledge, ancient secrets buried beneath the soil of Taos. When archaeologists began investigating the mesas surrounding the town, they found something odd: cavern networks, long sealed, stretching beneath the landscape. Chambers carved with strange precision. No records of who built them, no known tribe claimed them. Yet deep inside, they found marks, symbols eerily similar to glyphs found in South America and Antarctica. Could it be coincidence? Or were these civilizations connected by something far older than we've been told? Modern geologists studying the Taos Hum noticed one peculiar detail: the frequency. Between 30 and 80 hertz, that range appears naturally in certain tectonic regions, but it also matches frequencies generated by large-scale electromagnetic machinery. Machinery that, if ancient civilizations ever built it, would have been beyond our understanding. This is where mainstream science draws the line. But hidden archaeology tells another story. Several independent researchers have proposed that the hum is connected to energy flows beneath the Earth's crust, similar to ley lines, ancient power grids that may have once been harnessed by advanced civilizations. Ancient technology, that modern science calls myth. Yet, the evidence keeps resurfacing. Stone formations around the world aligned with magnetic anomalies, ruins constructed on exact intersections of geomagnetic energy, and frequencies recorded in these areas that match the Taos Hum almost perfectly. What are the odds? Could the Taos Hum be part of something global? An ancient system awakening? Old journals from early explorers describe hearing an endless tone, as if the world itself were breathing. Lost knowledge, forbidden truths, untold history. These are not just myths, they are echoes of something real, something buried, something humming just beyond human comprehension. The Taos Hum. For some, it's an unexplained annoyance. For others, it's a message, a coded frequency that connects humanity to a past we've been told never existed. When analyzed through harmonic software, researchers discovered hidden mathematical ratios within the hum's waveform, identical to those used in the construction of the Great Pyramid. How could that be? A sound in New Mexico, sharing the same harmonic blueprint as a structure built over 7,000 miles away, thousands of years ago. Coincidence? Or evidence that both are fragments of a lost global knowledge? A network of sound and resonance used by our ancestors to tap into the Earth's natural energy fields. This isn't just a sound, it's a frequency map, a signal from the past, a whisper from a time when humans and the planet were connected in ways we no longer understand. The past is never silent. Mainstream scientists continue to study the Taos Hum, insisting it's environmental or psychological. But what they can't explain is the pattern. Similar hums have been recorded in Bristol, England, Windsor, Canada, Kokomo, Indiana, even as far away as Auckland, New Zealand. Different continents, same frequency, same mystery. Are we hearing the Earth or something beneath it? Whispered softly. A lost ancient site, humming back to life. In 2023, seismic sensors recorded a faint but repeating pulse from beneath the Taos region. It matched patterns not of natural quakes, but artificial rhythm, like something mechanical, buried deep underground. If that's true, then the question changes. Not what is the Taos Hum, but who turned it on? Hidden secrets, lost civilizations, unexplained history, ancient technology, unsolved enigmas. They all converge here, in a sound that refuses to be silenced. And as the world grows louder, that low, vibrating hum beneath Taos reminds us, some mysteries are not meant to be solved, only heard. The Earth remembers, even when we forget. The hum, it didn't fade, it only grew deeper. Dr. Carter had described it once as a frequency that hums through the bones of the planet. And for the first time, standing inside that narrow passage beneath Taos, it felt true. The sound wasn't just echoing, it was alive. It pulsed. It resonated through the chest, through the walls, through every molecule of air. And then, silence. A stillness so sharp that even breathing seemed intrusive. The cameras flickered. A thin mist began to form, clinging to the ancient rock. Their instruments, those high-end seismic scanners, started picking up vibrations. Not random ones. Patterns. Repeating intervals, synchronized like coded signals. Someone whispered, "This isn't geological." The data was sent back to the lab. Within hours, it revealed something chilling. The frequency of the Taos Hum matched an ancient resonance pattern found in, believe it or not, Antarctic ice cores. Thousands of miles apart, two natural phenomena sharing one identical harmonic fingerprint. Coincidence? Or connection? To understand it, we need to travel back in time, far beyond modern science, into a world buried beneath miles of ice. Antarctica, a continent of silence, of secrets, of history that's frozen, literally. Satellite scans in recent years have revealed geometric structures beneath the ice, perfectly symmetrical, tens of miles wide. Some dismissed them as natural formations, but others whispered the unthinkable. Could these be the remains of a lost civilization? A culture advanced long before recorded history? The hum from Taos, the sound from the deep Pacific known as the Bloop, and the subglacial anomalies of Antarctica all seem to hum at the same frequency, 7.83 Hertz, the so-called Schumann resonance, the heartbeat of the Earth itself. And then things got even stranger. During one expedition in 2018, a group of geologists drilling into the Antarctic ice shelf reported hearing the hum, not through air, but through solid ice. Low, rhythmic, persistent. It wasn't mechanical, it wasn't seismic it was something else, something ancient. When they lowered a recording probe deep into the borehole, the device captured something far more complex than a simple vibration. Hidden beneath the static, they discovered tones arranged in a repeating mathematical sequence, eerily similar to those found in megalithic sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe. Ancient knowledge echoing through time. Coincidence? Or evidence of lost civilizations, ones that understood the hidden language of the Earth long before we did? As scientists debated, others began drawing unsettling parallels. Old Native American legends spoke of a low voice from below, a hum that connected the living to the ancient ones. In Antarctica, early explorers had also written of singing ice and whispers from beneath. Separate continents, separate eras, one sound. Could it be that ancient people across the world were hearing the same global resonance, the same hum that science now struggles to explain? Theories multiplied. Some claimed it was geological, others said it was the echo of magma chambers. But then a few bold researchers began suggesting something far more daring. What if the hum was not of natural origin at all, but technological? Buried machinery from a civilization wiped from history. Ancient technology hidden beneath ice and stone. One of the most forbidden theories, kept mostly to whispers in academic circles, suggests that the Antarctic ice shelf may conceal massive metallic anomalies aligned in perfect geometry, structures too regular to be random. In 2019, leaked satellite radar data appeared to show a hexagonal pattern beneath the surface, so vast it spanned nearly 20 miles. The data was quickly classified. The file vanished. But rumors spread like wildfire. Had researchers stumbled upon forbidden knowledge buried for millennia? Hidden archaeology that defied everything we thought we knew about the rise of civilization? Here's where it gets even more fascinating. If you line up the global hotspots of mysterious resonance, the Taos Hum, the Bloop, the Antarctic anomaly, they form a straight line across the planet. Not a random line, but one that corresponds exactly with what ancient texts call the Earth Grid. Ancient maps, once dismissed as myth, spoke of energy nodes, places where the Earth's natural frequencies converged. And at every one of those nodes, human history tells stories of lost cities, sacred sites, or unexplained discoveries. The pyramids of Egypt, the temples of Peru, the megaliths of Turkey. And now, the frozen ruins of Antarctica. It's as if an unseen architect once designed the world using the hum as its blueprint. Could the Taos Hum be more than sound? Could it be a message, a vibration that connects our present world with a long-forgotten past? Dr. Carter believed so. He began comparing the hum's waveform to ancient carvings. Shockingly, some of them matched. Spiral patterns, identical to resonance models found in modern physics, as if those ancient builders knew something about the hidden harmonics of the Earth. History, Carter said once, isn't just written in books, it's carved in frequency. But the deeper he went, the stranger it got. The more he mapped, the more he found similarities between the Taos Hum signal and the mathematical ratios used to construct ancient sites like Machu Picchu and the Great Pyramid. Ratios of sound, geometry, and energy that seemed far too advanced for their time. That's when the whispers began. Some said Carter had stumbled onto forbidden truths, knowledge deliberately erased from history, knowledge that hinted that ancient civilizations may have harnessed energy through the Earth's natural resonance long before we discovered electricity. It's an unsettling thought, isn't it? That hidden beneath the myths and stones might lie a global network once used to transmit knowledge or power through frequency itself. Modern science shrugs, ancient texts whisper, the earth hums, and between them all, silence. What if the hum isn't something happening to us? What if it's something calling us? A message, echoing through millennia, a key to unlocking the untold history of humankind. The deeper we listen, the closer we get to what ancient philosophers called the music of the spheres, a harmony that connects the heavens and the earth, the resonance of creation itself. Maybe that's why the hum won't stop. Maybe it's trying to remind us of something we've forgotten, something buried not just under ice or sand, but within us. The search for answers continues. Scientists record, explorers descend. The hum still plays, low and endless. And somewhere beneath Antarctica's silent ice, instruments detect a faint echo returning, a mirror hum growing stronger each year. It's as if something is waking up. Whispers fade, static crackles, and the screen goes black. Then a single phrase appears, almost too faint to read. They never wanted you to know. At first, no one moved. The sound was low, but it wasn't just sound. It was felt. It crawled through their boots, hummed in their bones, and whispered inside their chests. Dr. Keller was the first to speak, his voice breaking the frozen silence. "Do you hear that?" he said quietly, his breath visible in the air. Everyone nodded. It's alive. The hum wasn't constant. It pulsed, like a deep drumbeat, one that came from beneath them. The sound seemed to shift in pitch, traveling like a slow wave under the snowfield. And then it stopped. Total silence. Only the moaning wind across the empty plain. "Recordings," said Keller, trying to steady his shaking hands. "We need sound logs, seismic readings, everything." Dr. Maria Holt adjusted her headset and frowned at the spectrograph. "It's repeating," she whispered. "Every 31 seconds. Look. Same frequency, same amplitude. It's not natural." The youngest of the team, Owen, laughed nervously. "Maybe it's a glacier moving." But Keller didn't respond. He knew glacier movement. He'd heard ice quake and mountains crack open. This wasn't that. This was rhythm, pattern, intention. Hours passed. The hum came and went. 31 seconds on, 47 seconds off. Perfectly timed. Keller scribbled notes, Maria recorded everything, and Owen stared at the horizon like he expected something to crawl out of it. That night, they sat inside the research tent, wrapped in heavy parkas, their lanterns flickering. The hum came again, faint but audible even inside. "Maybe it's coming from below," Maria said. "Below what?" asked Owen. She hesitated. "The ice shelf. Maybe there's a cavity." Or something buried down there," Keller finished. Owen laughed again, too loud. "Buried? Like what? An alien radio?" But Maria didn't smile. "You ever heard of the Bloop?" she asked quietly. Keller nodded. "Pacific Ocean, 1997. A sound louder than anything on record. Scientists said it was ice fracturing, but the frequency matched something biological," Maria said, "and no one's found a match since." The tent fell silent. Outside, the hum began again. Deeper now. Closer. 3 days later, the first drill went through. The team had set up over the exact coordinate where the readings were strongest. Their equipment, all state-of-the-art, recorded unusual temperature fluctuations, electromagnetic interference, and even mild radiation spikes, the kind that didn't belong under frozen rock. At 900 meters, they hit something. Not rock, not ice. Something solid. The drill's torque changed instantly, screeching against something metallic. Keller's face went pale. "Stop it," he said. "Cut the power." Maria leaned in, brushing frost off the monitor. The waveform was strange. Perfectly symmetrical hum peaks, as if something was resonating back. Owen stepped closer to the drill site and crouched. He pressed his ear to the ice. Then he froze. "Guys," he whispered, "it's humming again." They widened the borehole, feeding a tiny probe camera through the narrow opening. The feed flickered, static washing over the screen, and then something appeared. Shapes, straight lines, geometric, metallic. "Those are structures," Maria whispered. "Under the ice." Keller's pulse quickened. "How deep?" 903 meters, she said. "Estimated chamber size, at least half a mile across." Owen stared, whispering, "Who built something under Antarctica?" Maria whispered back, "Maybe not who, maybe what." The feed cut out. The hum grew louder, not rhythmic this time, angry. The sound filled the tent, rattling the metal poles, shaking snow loose from the canopy. Equipment monitors blinked red. The lights flickered and one of the data drives popped in a small burst of smoke. And then, silence again. A still, breathless silence. Maria rubbed her temples. "We shouldn't be here," she said. But Keller only stared at the frozen borehole. "This is what we came for," he murmured. "To find what science can't explain." Night fell fast. The sky above was a dark ocean of stars, the kind you could only see far away from the rest of the world. Keller sat alone outside, listening. The air was cold enough to sting, but beneath it, he heard it again. A whispering undertone. Not the hum. Words. Faint. Distant. Ancient. He stood abruptly, scanning the snowfield. Nothing moved, but in his gut he knew something was there. He grabbed his recorder and pressed the button. "Field log, day 4. The signal is changing. It's almost like communication. The pitch has patterns, structured intervals. I think..." He hesitated. "I think something down there is listening." 2 days later, the satellite feed cut off completely. The station stopped transmitting. When rescue arrived 6 weeks later, they found no one. The tents were torn apart by wind, data drives frozen into ice, and the borehole sealed shut by solid permafrost, as if it had never been opened. The last thing recorded on Dr. Keller's audio device was a soft hum, followed by 3 words in a voice that didn't belong to anyone on the team: "Don't dig deeper." But here's where it gets strange. Months later, NASA satellites detected the same hum frequency. Not in Antarctica, but under New Mexico. The same signal that once echoed beneath frozen ice was now humming beneath desert sand near the small town of Taos. Coincidence? Or connection? People began reporting the same sound. A deep, low drone that you couldn't just hear. You could feel. Some described it as a distant engine, others as an invisible vibration in their bones. Scientists called it the Taos Hum. But locals, they called it something else. The voice beneath the earth. So what's going on here? Why would a mysterious sound recorded deep under Antarctica appear again halfway across the world? Could there be a link? Something ancient, something buried, that connects them both? Some think the hum is geological. Natural resonance from Earth's crust. Others think it's man-made, maybe low-frequency transmissions from secret military experiments. But there are those who whisper about hidden archaeology, about ancient technology, lost civilizations that once had power we can't even comprehend. Because if you follow the frequency pattern of the Taos Hum, really study it, you'll notice something chilling. The intervals match old acoustic maps found in Sumerian ruins, and those maps depict resonance chambers, places built not for living, but for listening. What if the earth itself is still echoing with the hum of what came before us? What if these aren't sounds from the earth, but sounds trying to wake something beneath it? And that's where we'll pause, take a deep breath, because in the next part, we go from sound to signal, from mystery to message. We'll follow the hum to where it all began, and uncover the chilling link between the Taos vibration, the lost Antarctic site, and something science still can't explain. Soft pause. Faint hum returns in background. Stay curious. Stay watching, because the mystery has only just begun. They say the earth hums, but what if it's trying to speak? It began quietly, deep in the mesas of northern New Mexico, a place where red sands meet the open sky. Locals in the small town of Taos started hearing it, a low, relentless vibration that never stopped. Some said it came from the ground, others from the sky itself. But no one could find its source. To the people who heard it, it was maddening. Day and night, a deep mechanical hum that felt less like a sound and more like a pulse. At first they thought it was trucks, or maybe a secret military test. But when the roads were silent and the skies were clear, the hum remained. Hidden secrets, unsolved enigmas, forbidden truths buried beneath the sand. Scientists came. Microphones were planted across Taos Valley. Recorders buzzed, but nothing was captured on their instruments. The hum was real to the ear, but invisible to technology. It was as if only the human body could feel it, vibrating through the bones, echoing deep in the mind. They called it the Taos Hum, and to this day, no one can explain it, but maybe it wasn't the only place. From the Scottish Highlands to the coasts of Canada, from Bristol, England, to Kokomo, Indiana, reports of low-frequency hums have spread across the world. The same mysterious tone, hauntingly identical, as if the planet itself was whispering the same secret in different tongues, lost knowledge, forbidden frequencies, echoes of something ancient. Some believe it's geological, the sound of tectonic plates grinding deep below the crust. Others insist it's military communication, hidden in plain hearing. And a few claim it's something else entirely, something not of this earth. Soft pulsing sound like a slow heartbeat. You see, Taos sits near ancient Pueblo in ruins, sacred land once believed to be the meeting point between worlds. The old stories say the spirits beneath the desert ground never sleep, that the hum is their restless song. History, archaeology, mystery documentaries have tried to decode it for years, but even with modern science, the Taos Hum defies logic. Its pitch changes from person to person. Some hear it indoors only, others in open desert fields. Yet strangely, no two recordings ever match. When a BBC crew visited Taos in 1993, they interviewed dozens who heard the hum. Each described it differently: a faint idling engine, a distant generator, a breathing earth. And then there were those who stopped sleeping. Who said the hum crept into their dreams, turning into whispers they could almost understand? Listen, it's calling. A retired engineer named Tom Meadows once built a vibration detector in his basement. He lived just outside Taos, and for weeks he tried to triangulate the sound. He followed the data, marked the points on his map, and ended up at the entrance of an old cave. The cave was said to be sacred, sealed off for decades, but Tom broke through. That night, the hum stopped. For nearly 2 days, the valley went quiet. People noticed. Some cried with relief. Others felt an emptiness they couldn't explain. Then, just as suddenly, the hum came back. Louder, deeper. Tom left Taos the next morning. No one ever saw him again. Ancient secrets revealed. Hidden archaeology. Lost civilizations beneath the surface. There's a theory, one never spoken in scientific circles, that the hum is the sound of something awakening, the same vibration that once resonated through megalithic temples, stone circles, and pyramids. Ancient texts speak of the tone of creation, a frequency that shaped matter itself. Could it be that the Taos Hum is that same forgotten resonance, lost technology from a civilization long erased from history? In Malta, stone temples thousands of years older than Stonehenge are built to amplify low-frequency sound. In Bolivia, Tiwanaku's stones are carved with perfect acoustic symmetry. And in Egypt, the Great Pyramid hums faintly when measured at specific decibels. Coincidence? Or connection? Unexplained history, forbidden knowledge, a journey beyond the textbooks. What if these hums are remnants, faint, lingering echoes of a network of ancient power once spread across the world? Some geophysicists even admit that the Earth itself vibrates, constantly, in tones too low for the human ear. These natural frequencies are sometimes called microseisms. But what if, thousands of years ago, our ancestors learned not just to hear them, but to harness them? Ancient technology, lost ancient sites, untold history hidden beneath. Maybe Taos is one of those points, a surviving node in a forgotten grid. In 1998, a US government acoustic study quietly concluded that the hum was not of environmental origin. That report was never made public. It vanished. Only fragments remain, quoted in obscure scientific journals. But why suppress something if it's harmless? Why silence research, unless the truth is too unsettling? Mysteries they never wanted you to know. Some locals say the hum comes from deep metallic chambers underground, old mining tunnels sealed off long ago. But the native elders tell a different story. They speak of a breathing mountain, a place where the ancestors listen and answer back. When they perform rituals, the hum changes. When they stop, the hum fades. Coincidence? Or communion? The Taos Hum continues today, and every few years, another town joins the list. Bristol, Windsor, Largs, Auckland. The same tone, the same mystery. Unsolved enigmas, hidden secrets, ancient mysteries that refuse to die. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the Taos Hum isn't meant to be solved. Maybe it's meant to remind us that there are still things science can't explain. And when you close your eyes tonight, listen carefully. Because if you hear it too, you've already become part of the mystery. They thought it was a mistake, a blip on the monitor, a stray signal from Earth. But it wasn't. And what they found changed everything. August 15th, 1977, Ohio State University. It was a humid summer night. Inside a small observatory, a massive radio telescope named the Big Ear scanned the skies. It was searching, not for stars or planets, but for something more elusive, something intelligent. And then, it happened. A burst of radio energy, strong, narrow, and unlike anything ever recorded before. It lasted exactly 72 seconds. Then it vanished. The computer printed the data in a long strip of paper, rows of numbers, meaningless to most. But one man, astronomer Jerry Amon, leaned in and froze. In the middle of the data, 6 characters burned from the page, 6EQJ5. He circled it and wrote 2 words beside it. Wow! The Wao signal. That single moment became one of science's greatest unsolved enigmas. For 47 years, astronomers have searched for it again. The same frequency, the same source. But nothing like it has ever appeared since. It came from the constellation Sagittarius, the direction of the galactic center, and it matched perfectly with what scientists expected an extraterrestrial beacon might sound like. Ancient secrets, forbidden truths, mysteries they never wanted you to know. If it was a message, it wasn't random. It was precise. A pure tone, broadcasting from 220 million light-years away, at exactly 1420 megahertz. That number isn't just random. It's the frequency of hydrogen, the most common element in the universe, the very building block of life. Whoever, or whatever, sent it, knew exactly how to get our attention. But when other telescopes turned toward that same region of space, silence. No repeat, no pattern, nothing. Unsolved mysteries, lost knowledge, ancient discoveries waiting beyond the stars. For decades, conspiracy theorists whispered that NASA found something and buried it. Some claim a classified memo was sent days after the signal, directing all future analysis to restricted review. Officially, that memo doesn't exist. But what if it did? Background: soft hum, like an old radio tuning in. Others think the signal was natural, a comet, a reflection, or a glitch. But Jerry Amon himself rejected that. He said, it didn't match any known natural phenomenon. It was different. Something about its pattern, its rise and fall, mirrored intentional modulation, like someone turning a dial, sending a tone, waiting for an answer, an ancient voice, reaching across the void. Some physicists propose that civilizations far older than ours might have used radio waves millions of years ago, long before humanity could even light a fire. The signals, they say, could still be traveling, echoing through time. The Wao signal might not have been meant for us at all. We might have simply stepped into its path, like catching a whisper from a conversation that began eons ago. Unexplained history, hidden archaeology, a journey beyond the textbooks. And here's where it gets stranger. In 2017, a team of researchers traced the signal's origin to a star system nearly identical to our own, a sun-like star, known as 2MASS 19289982 2640123. In other words, a place that could support life. No comets, no satellites, no interference, only silence, as if whoever sent it was listening too. Ancient technology, forbidden knowledge, hidden secrets waiting to be revealed. Theories spread. Maybe it wasn't an alien message, but a warning. Maybe it was a relic of an ancient human civilization far more advanced than ours, whose signals are still bouncing through the cosmos. Echoes of lost knowledge, forgotten empires that stretched beyond Earth, lost civilizations, historical enigmas, untold history buried among the stars. Could the Wao signal and the Taos Hum be connected? Two manifestations of the same hidden frequency, one from the earth, one from the heavens. Imagine a resonance so vast it bridges worlds. A universal hum, the same one ancient cultures might have worshipped as the music of creation. In temples from Egypt to Angkor, from Chichen Itza to Göbekli Tepe, there are carvings, spirals, waves, and patterns eerily similar to modern frequency diagrams. How could civilizations separated by oceans, by millennia, carve the same designs, the same sound waves, unless they'd heard them? Hidden archaeology, forbidden truths. Mystery documentaries never tell the full story. Some physicists now believe the entire universe hums, faintly, constantly, at a cosmic frequency of 56 octaves below middle C, a tone so deep that space itself vibrates with it. The ancients called it the voice of the gods. Today, we call it background radiation, but maybe, just maybe, they're one and the same. The Wao signal remains unsolved. But one question still lingers. If it truly was a message, then who sent it? And what did it say? We may never know. But we keep listening. Because deep down, humanity has always known. We are not alone. This is only the beginning. It started as a sound, not a roar, not a crash, but something deeper. A sound so low, so powerful, it rolled through the entire Pacific Ocean, and no one could explain where it came from. They called it the Bloop. And trust me, once you hear what scientists discovered about it, you'll never think of the ocean the same way again. The year was 1997. A U.S. government agency, the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, had placed underwater microphones deep across the ocean floor. Their job? Simple. To track earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and, well, submarines. But one summer day, Something else came through, a sound so massive it was picked up by sensors more than 3,000 miles apart. That's like something screaming from Los Angeles and being heard in Alaska. Pause, whisper, hidden secrets, lost knowledge, unsolved enigmas from the deep. The sound didn't match any known pattern, not whales, not ships, not earthquakes. Its pitch rose and fell in a way eerily similar to a living creature. But here's the catch. For that to happen, that creature would have had to be larger than any animal known to science, bigger than a blue whale, bigger than anything we've ever seen. And that's when people started asking, what's really down there? Lost civilizations, ancient secrets buried beneath the waves. Some said it was a geological event, ice breaking away from an Antarctic glacier. But others? They whispered about something else, something that's been watching us from the depths since time began. Think about it. The ocean covers more than 70% of Earth, and we've explored less than 5% of it. That means 95% of our own planet is still a mystery, a living, breathing world, hidden right beneath our feet. Kinda makes you wonder who the real aliens are, huh? There are places down there, trenches deeper than Mount Everest is tall, places where sunlight has never touched. And in those places, ancient life still thrives. Creatures that glow like stars, fish that look like fossils, and sounds like the bloop. Could the bloop have been a voice, a call, or maybe a warning? Some deep-sea researchers have pointed out something strange. The bloop was recorded not far from the coordinates of H.P. Lovecraft's fictional city of R'lyeh, where the mythical being Cthulhu supposedly sleeps beneath the ocean. Coincidence? Maybe. But when you listen to the original audio, slowed down, it doesn't sound mechanical. It sounds alive. Now let's get real for a second. The scientists at NOAA eventually said the bloop was probably caused by ice quakes. The sound of giant icebergs cracking apart. Case closed, right? Not so fast. Because after 1997, the sound stopped. No other bloop-like signal was ever recorded again. And the team that captured it, they never released the full original audio. Why hide a sound? If it's just ice? Some theories go even deeper. There are whispers of ancient technology, massive machines buried beneath the seabed, relics of civilizations lost to time. Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, cities that once ruled the oceans, now forgotten. Maybe the bloop wasn't from a creature at all. Maybe it was something reawakening. Imagine this, a hidden structure beneath the South Pacific, still operational after thousands of years. The sound could have been a test, a signal checking if anyone's still listening. Or maybe it wasn't meant for us at all. Ancient mysteries, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge rising from the deep. And here's where it gets even stranger. In 2012, scientists picked up another sound, quieter this time, but similar in structure. They called it Julia. Same tone, same haunting quality. It lasted about 15 seconds, and guess where it came from? Near the coast of Antarctica, the same region as the bloop. And get this, on the exact day it was recorded, NASA's satellite imagery showed a massive shadow moving beneath the ice, over 100 kilometers long. Was that a coincidence? Or a glimpse of something colossal moving beneath the frozen surface? Some ancient texts talk about the oceans as the womb of gods, where creation began. In almost every culture, from the Sumerians to the Maya, the sea isn't just water, it's memory. What if the bloop wasn't random? What if it's something older than science, an echo of creation itself, a frequency of life, a sound the ancients once heard and recorded in stone? In the temples of India, there are carvings that resemble the waveform of low-frequency sound. In Egypt, the Dendera temple holds inscriptions describing the song that stirs the deep. And in Central America, Mayan glyphs show gods emerging from waves, surrounded by symbols of vibration. Different cultures, different times, same message, something sleeps beneath the sea. Some believe the deep ocean holds lost knowledge, ancient technology from civilizations erased by time. Structures on the ocean floor off the coast of Japan called Yonaguni look man-made, steps, walls, pathways. But scientists say they're natural formations. Still, the lines are too straight, too deliberate, almost like ruins. Could the bloop have come from beneath Yonaguni? Could that sound have been pressure, movement, or something waking up? History documentaries never tell us everything. There's always something left out. If the ocean is Earth's oldest memory, then the bloop might be a whisper from its past, or a hint of its future. Maybe it's both, because sometimes when we listen to the unknown, it listens back. And who knows what might be listening right now? The bloop remains one of the most mysterious sounds ever recorded. Science says it's ice, but somewhere, deep inside us, something says otherwise. Because when you stand at the edge of the sea and listen closely enough, you might just hear it too. Next, what if I told you the Earth itself hums, not the ocean, not the stars, but the ground beneath your feet? Let's talk about the Taos Hum. The Taos Hum, Part 1. It began as a sound no one wanted to admit they heard. A low, endless hum, too deep to be a machine, too steady to be the wind. At first, people in Taos, New Mexico, thought it was in their heads, maybe an ear problem or stress. But when neighbors started describing the same thing, the same deep, pulsing note that seemed to rise from the ground itself, the town grew quiet. Imagine lying in bed at night, everything's still, and then you feel it. Not just hear it, feel it. A vibration in your chest, a pulse behind your skull. It's like the Earth itself is whispering a secret, one it doesn't want you to tell. That's the Taos Hum, a real, documented phenomenon that's left scientists scratching their heads for decades. In the early 1990s, reports flooded local radio. Truck drivers, teachers, artists, all describing the same droning sound. It wasn't coming from a single house or street. It was everywhere, and nowhere. The local news called it an unsolved enigma shaking the desert. And to this day, no one can say for sure what's making it. Some blamed underground machinery, secret government tunnels perhaps. Others whispered about experiments, microwave transmitters or radar tests gone wrong. A few said it was something older, something ancient. Now before you roll your eyes, remember, Taos sits on land rich in mystery. The area has caves and petroglyphs dating back thousands of years. The ancestral Puebloans once carved symbols into the cliffs here. Spiral shapes, lines that mimic sound waves, markings some believe represent vibration. Could the hum be connected to that lost knowledge? Or are we just trying to give a ghost a name? Local resident Maria Lopez described it best. She told an interviewer, "It's like the ground is breathing. I can't sleep. I hear it more at night, when everything else stops." Doctors tested her hearing, perfectly fine. Acoustic engineers set up microphones around her property. They caught nothing. Yet, when the researchers left, she called again. "It's back." That's when people started talking about hidden frequencies, tones that slip just below the range of most recording devices. Some even suggested the hum might be a natural resonance of the Earth itself, similar to how the planet produces faint electromagnetic songs that satellites sometimes detect. But here's where it gets strange. When geologists ran seismic sensors around Taos, they found faint tremors, tiny rhythmic vibrations repeating every few minutes. Not earthquakes, not wind, something else, something regular. Now scientists know the planet has what's called microseisms, low-frequency vibrations caused by waves in the ocean hitting coastlines. But Taos is hundreds of miles from the sea. So what's generating that rhythm in the desert? Some researchers propose that underground lava tubes or ancient fault lines might be resonating like giant musical instruments. Others weren't so sure. When a team from Los Alamos National Laboratory came to investigate, they couldn't find any consistent mechanical or geological source. After months of study, the lead researcher admitted, "There's something happening here we don't yet understand." And that's the part that draws people in, the unknown. Hidden beneath this quiet desert town could be one of the oldest mysteries on Earth, the possibility that ancient structures or caverns might still be vibrating, like a message echoing through time. Locals speak of forbidden truths and lost civilizations buried beneath New Mexico's sands, tales of tunnels connecting to sacred sites, of humming stones that once powered rituals or technology long forgotten. Of course, mainstream science laughs that off, but every myth begins with something real, right? Here's a thought. What if the hum isn't man-made or natural? What if it's a relic, a leftover resonance from something ancient, an artifact of sound still pulsing from deep below. It might sound far-fetched, but think of it this way. Sound is energy. Energy doesn't vanish. It transforms, travels, echoes. Maybe what people in Taos are hearing is history itself, still humming after all these years. In the next part, the story moves deeper, literally, because when a group of independent explorers tried to trace the hum through underground mapping, what they found beneath the desert floor was anything but ordinary. The Taos Hum. Part 2. Beneath the desert floor. They called themselves the Sound Trackers. A small team of engineers, sound designers, and a retired geologist named Harold Finch. They weren't funded by any university, no government grants, just curiosity and sleepless nights. Each of them had heard the hum for years. Each of them wanted answers. Their plan was simple: follow the sound. But that's easier said than done in a place where microphones pick up nothing and compasses start to flicker like they're confused. So they used vibration sensors, devices designed to detect even the faintest ground movements. They buried them across several miles of the Taos Basin, and almost immediately, the sensors began to pulse, not constantly, in waves. Every 12 minutes, a subtle tremor rolled beneath the sand, too weak to feel, too strong to ignore. The data looked like a heartbeat. At first they thought it was machinery beeping, maybe an oil rig or a hidden military facility, but the signal didn't match any known human-made frequency. Instead, it matched something stranger, a perfect harmonic pattern, almost like a musical chord repeated over and over. Harold Finch stared at the data for hours. "That's not random," he said. "That's tuned." They followed the readings east toward a stretch of land near the Rio Grande Gorge. It was barren. No roads, no power lines, no cell towers. Just red rock, sagebrush, and silence. Then, on the third night, as they camped near the cliffs, something happened. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the air began to shake. Not with sound, but with pressure. The hum rose from the earth like it was pushing through the sand itself. One of the team members, a young acoustics tech named Lila, dropped her recorder and pressed her hands against the ground. "It's alive," she whispered. "It's moving." Moments later, one of their instruments started to flicker. The reading jumped, froze, then went completely blank. The team thought the batteries died. But when they opened the casing, the wires inside were burned, melted clean through. They weren't near any power source. No lightning, no heat, just that sound. Lila turned on a handheld spectrograph to visualize the frequency. What she saw made her step back. The frequency wasn't a single tone. It was two layers vibrating together, one audible, one subsonic. The lower one pulsed at 783 Hz, the same resonance frequency of the Earth's electromagnetic field, the Schumann resonance. To the team, that meant one of two things. Either the planet itself was producing the signal, or something inside the planet was amplifying it. For Harold Finch, it wasn't just science anymore, it was personal. His father had been a miner in the Taos area decades earlier. Before he died, he told Harold about strange echoes deep underground, noises that would start after the drills stopped. He used to say, "The mountain hums when it remembers." Now, Harold wondered if his father had been right all along. The next morning, the team decided to go deeper. They located a collapsed cave entrance marked on an old survey map, rumored to connect to abandoned mining shafts from the 1940s. Locals said the mines were closed because of structural instability. Others said something else, that miners had refused to go back in after hearing the drone. They geared up with headlamps, respirators, and recording gear. The desert sun blazed as they entered the mouth of the earth. Inside, the air was thick and dry. Their footsteps echoed softly, bouncing off stone walls carved by hands long gone. 100 meters in, Lila froze. The hum, that low vibration, wasn't distant anymore. It was all around them. It didn't sound like a machine. It sounded organic, like a giant creature breathing slow and steady beneath the ground. Harold checked the sensors again. The readings were spiking off the chart. He turned to Lila. "If this is the Earth's frequency, we're standing inside its speaker." Suddenly, a section of the tunnel wall shimmered under their lights. It wasn't rock. It looked polished, almost metallic. They brushed off the dust, Beneath the layers of sediment was a smooth surface etched with repeating circular patterns, spirals, triangles, and waves. They looked ancient. Harold's hands shook as he traced one of the symbols. "These aren't mining marks," he muttered. "They're carved." The symbols matched some of the petroglyphs found miles away near sacred Pueblo sites, only these were hundreds of feet underground. The hum deepened. The walls began to faintly vibrate. Dust fell from the ceiling in thin streams. "Let's get this on tape," Lila said. She raised her recorder. For 5 full minutes, she captured the pure tone echoing through the cavern. It wasn't random. It pulsed like a coded rhythm. 3 beats, pause. 3 beats, long pause, a pattern. But as soon as they began to move deeper, the sound stopped, completely. No echo, no vibration, just silence. Then, from somewhere beyond the next chamber, a new sound emerged. A metallic clang, faint but sharp, like stone striking stone. The team froze. No one moved. No one breathed. Lila whispered, "There's someone else down here." Harold lifted his flashlight and aimed it toward the sound. The beam cut through the dust, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. The hum returned, faintly this time, coming from behind that passage. They stepped forward, one by one, into the dark. In that moment, none of them realized they were about to uncover something that would rewrite everything they thought they knew about sound, energy, and the hidden structures beneath the American Southwest. Because waiting beyond that narrow tunnel wasn't just a geological formation, it was a chamber, and inside it lay an object that should not have existed. In Part 3, the mystery deepens as the team's recordings are analyzed, revealing signals that defy modern physics, and a secret buried for centuries under the New Mexico desert. The resonance chamber. The passage narrowed to barely 3 feet wide. The air turned cool, almost damp. Strange for a desert cave. Lila led the way, her flashlight beam cutting through layers of dust. The hum grew softer but deeper, like it was echoing through the rock rather than around it. Then suddenly, the tunnel opened. They stepped into a chamber unlike anything they'd ever seen. The walls were perfectly smooth, not chipped or carved by human hands, but molded. Every inch shimmered with a dull metallic reflection. Symbols covered the walls, not letters or words, but repeating geometric spirals, circles within circles, forming what looked like a sonic pattern frozen in stone. Harold turned slowly, his mouth open. "This isn't geology," he whispered. "This is engineering." In the center of the chamber stood a raised platform, a flat, round disc about 6 feet across, made of the same polished material. The air above it seemed to shimmer faintly, as if the atmosphere itself were vibrating. Lila took a slow breath. "This looks ancient," she murmured, "but it feels alive." She placed her recording device on the disc. The moment the metal touched, the recorder began to buzz. Faintly at first, then violently. The LED screen flickered and displayed a signal reading 7.83 Hz, the same resonance. Harold crouched beside her, eyes wide. "It's channeling the Earth's frequency. This chamber is..." He stopped. The hum began to change. What had once been a low, steady drone now pulsed in patterns. Complex, layered, melodic. The sound was singing back. The entire room seemed to breathe with them, synchronizing to their heartbeats. And then, as if responding to their presence, the walls began to glow faintly, revealing hundreds of embedded circular nodes. The team's sensors went wild, readings spiking off the scale. The metallic symbols lit up in sequence, forming a ring of light around the disc. Lila whispered, "It's reacting to us." Harold shook his head. "No, it's not reacting. It's communicating." Somewhere deep in the background of that tone was a pattern too perfect to be random. Sequences repeating at mathematical intervals known to ancient civilizations. Fibonacci ratios, golden spirals, sacred geometry. This wasn't just sound. This was information. Ancient knowledge encoded in vibration, the lost language of frequency. Harold's voice trembled. "If this is what I think it is, this chamber predates every known civilization on this continent." Lila stepped closer to the glowing wall and touched one of the symbols. Instantly, a faint ripple of energy spread through the metal, and a low, harmonic pulse filled the chamber. The hum intensified. The pitch rose, the walls vibrated, and her flashlight began to flicker. Suddenly, bang! A deafening shockwave of sound burst through the room, throwing them backward. The light went out. Darkness. Silence. Only the slow, rhythmic pulse of the hum remained. Lila gasped for air. "Harold?" No answer. Her flashlight rolled across the ground and stopped at the base of the platform. She crawled toward it and turned it on. The beam hit the far wall. Harold was on his knees, staring up, frozen, pale, his face lit by the faint glow of the symbols. "Lila," he whispered, "look." Carved into the far wall was a mural, massive, ancient, spanning the entire surface. It depicted figures, tall, human-like, standing beside structures that looked eerily similar to the chamber itself. Above them, curved lines radiated upward, connecting to the stars. Beneath the figures were waves, not water waves, but sound waves, patterns spiraling outward, connecting heaven and earth. At the base of the mural, a single line of text glowed faintly in an unknown script. Lila stepped closer. "What does it say?" Harold tilted his head. "I don't know, but it looks familiar." He reached into his pack and pulled out a book, a journal filled with transcriptions of petroglyphs from nearby Pueblo ruins. He flipped through the pages, eyes darting between notes and the wall. His breath quickened. No, this can't be." He pointed to one of the glowing characters. "This symbol, it's identical to one carved into the rocks near Black Mesa. That site is over 3,000 years old." Lila's voice dropped to a whisper. "You're saying this chamber and those carvings are connected?" He nodded slowly. "Not just connected, they're part of the same system." The hum softened again, not random now, but deliberate. A slow pattern, 5 tones, pause, 5 tones, repeat. Lila recorded it. "It's like it's talking to us," she said. Harold stared at the wall. "Maybe it's not talking to us. Maybe it's talking through us." He turned toward her, face half lit by the flashlight beam. "If this chamber amplifies the Earth's frequency, if it can transmit harmonic data, it could be a remnant of an ancient technology designed to communicate across distances." Lila frowned. "Distances? You mean like space?" He shook his head. "Not necessarily. Maybe time." The air thickened. The symbols on the wall pulsed faster now, responding to every sound they made. Even their heartbeats seemed to sync with the chamber's rhythm. The light dimmed again. Lila's equipment began recording ultrasonic frequencies beyond the range of human hearing. Then, a voice, barely audible at first, a whisper buried in static. "Remember the sound." Lila's eyes went wide. "Did you hear that?" Harold froze. "Playback." She rewound the recording, boosted the gain, and hit play. "The sound, the beginning." Another hum overlapped the voice, low, vibrating, ancient. "It began with the sound," Harold whispered, "the origin of life." Lila looked at him, stunned. "What did you say?" He swallowed hard. "Every culture, every creation myth, they all start the same way. The world began with a sound, a vibration. Maybe this chamber was built to preserve that truth." Lila's hands trembled. A record of the first sound? Or the last? They stood in silence as the hum began to fade again, the symbols dimming one by one. Outside, the desert night waited. Quiet, eternal, listening. They gathered their equipment and backed toward the tunnel, leaving the glowing mural behind. But as they stepped out of the chamber, Lila turned for one last look. The final symbol, the one at the center of the mural, pulsed once, as if acknowledging her. Then it went dark. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. What if the Taos Hum isn't a natural anomaly at all, but a fragment of ancient technology still humming beneath our feet, a forgotten signal from a civilization that once tuned the earth itself, a hidden secret buried beneath layers of dust, silence, and time? Lila's hand shook as she rewound the recording. The faint whisper from the Taos Hum echoed again, barely audible through the static. "It's like it's trying to speak to us," she whispered. Harold leaned closer. not just speak. It's revealing something. Something hidden. They stared at the waveform on the monitor. The pattern repeated. 5 pulses, pause, 5 pulses, like a heartbeat stretched over centuries. This is no random hum, Harold said. It's coded, deliberate. The words ancient technology echoed in his mind. Could it be that this hum was part of a system? A system built by a civilization we've lost to time? Lila swallowed hard. A lost civilization? Here, in the desert? He shook his head. Not just here, it's global. There are patterns in these frequencies that match other sites. She tilted her head. Other sites? Harold pointed at a cluster of dots on his tablet. Take this frequency and compare it with ancient pyramids in Egypt, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, even Machu Picchu in Peru. The same harmonic structures repeat. Lila's breath caught. You're saying that the Taos Hum is connected to them? He nodded slowly. It's a network, a hidden system, a resonance map left behind by civilizations that understood sound, vibration, and maybe even the fabric of reality itself. The hum changed, just slightly. A higher tone pulsed underneath the bass frequency. Lila adjusted her headphones. She gasped. Harold, listen, it's answering us. He leaned in. No, it's reacting. Our presence, our heartbeat, even our thoughts are part of the pattern. The low frequency shook the room. Papers fluttered. Dust swirled in the flashlight beams. The symbols in the chamber, faintly glowing, cast strange shadows, almost like they were alive. Lila whispered, This is beyond archaeology, beyond history. It's forbidden knowledge. Harold nodded. The kind they never wanted us to find. The kind hidden in ancient secrets, in lost civilizations. Lila recorded every pulse, every whisper, every anomaly. Her mind raced. Could the hum explain the origin of life? Could it reveal secrets of ancient discoveries buried beneath the surface of the earth? It's like the earth itself is talking, she muttered. Harold swallowed. Or it's echoing the voices of civilizations long gone. The hum suddenly stopped. Silence. Complete silence. They froze. It's gone, Lila whispered. Harold shook his head slowly. Not gone. Dormant. Waiting. Somewhere else. And then, across the ocean, a different kind of hum was rising. Deep, low, and impossible to locate. In 1997, thousands of miles away, an underwater microphone picked up a sound in the Pacific Ocean. A sound so loud and low, it shook instruments designed to measure tectonic activity. Scientists called it the Bloop. The tone was similar to the pulses in Taos. Different, yes, but a hidden harmonic resonance tied to the same ancient patterns. Lila's eyes widened. Harold, the hum isn't just local, it's global. And if these frequencies connect, it could be part of something bigger, something ancient. He nodded, pale. We're standing on the tip of a global map, a map of lost ancient sites, hidden archaeology, and mysteries that even science can't explain. Lila leaned back. And the bloop? It's part of it? Harold swallowed hard. Yes, that sound came from deep below the Pacific. It's unlike anything natural. It's waveform. It matches these harmonic signatures, ancient technology, or artifacts buried in the ocean. Lila's mind raced. So, the hum in Taos, the bloop, pyramids, Göbekli Tepe, Machu Picchu, they're all connected? Harold's voice trembled. Everywhere, every lost civilization we thought we understood, maybe they left behind signals we're only beginning to hear. Pause. Low whisper. The earth remembers. The ocean whispers. The past survives. The team realized something terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. What if the mysteries of our world, the ones they never wanted you to know, were not just stories in textbooks? What if hidden across the planet were frequencies, artifacts, and sites designed to communicate across time, across continents, across civilizations? It's a journey beyond the textbooks, Lila whispered, her voice shaking. A journey into unsolved enigmas, lost knowledge, and forbidden truths. Harold leaned closer. And we've just started listening. The ocean, the desert, the mountains, all hiding ancient secrets. And the world was finally beginning to whisper back. The ocean is a place we think we know. Blue, deep, silent, safe. But it isn't. In 1997, a sound erupted from the Pacific that no human, no submarine, no whale, and no known natural process could create. Scientists called it the Bloop. It was loud, extremely loud, low frequency, and it traveled thousands of kilometers. No one could pinpoint the source. Not then, not now. Some suggested ice quakes, others proposed unknown sea creatures. But the frequency, the amplitude, the pattern, none of it made sense. Lila leaned over the sonar readings. Harold, look at this waveform. It's alive. Harold frowned. Alive? Lila, it's just sound. She shook her head. No, look at the harmonics. They repeat in patterns. Just like the Taos Hum. Just like the pulses we traced across the pyramids in Göbekli Tepe. It's a language, a signal, hidden in the waves of the ocean, waiting for someone to decode it. The team deployed deep-sea drones, lighting up the black waters with bright, penetrating beams. Fish scattered, darkness swallowed everything, but something moved. Something unnatural. Harold, there. Lila pointed to a shadow, impossibly large, moving against the current. Harold squinted. It's massive. That can't be a whale. The reading spiked. The bloop pulsed again, short bursts, then long vibrations. The drone's sensors picked up a metallic resonance beneath the seabed, something artificial, yet ancient. Lila whispered, This is lost technology, ancient artifacts buried under the ocean. They've been hidden for thousands of years, deliberately. Harold swallowed. Or left there as part of a message, a signal spanning civilizations, forbidden knowledge encoded in sound. The team descended further, past 2,000 meters, pressure mounted, lights revealed jagged structures, not natural, blocks, pillars, carvings, worn by time, yet unmistakably crafted. It's a lost city, Lila breathed. Underwater, hidden from the world. A civilization we never knew existed. The bloop pulsed again, now synchronized with readings from ancient pyramids on the other side of the planet. Frequencies aligned. Harmonics resonated with archaeological sites. Lost ancient sites long buried. Ancient technology beyond comprehension. Harold's voice trembled. This isn't just the ocean. It's a global network. Frequencies, structures, artifacts, all linked. They were trying to tell us something they never wanted you to know. Lila touched the controls, zooming in on a carved symbol. It matched markings found in Taos, identical, across continents, across millennia. A map, she whispered. A map left behind in sound and stone. A journey beyond the textbooks. The drones captured more structures, chambers, walls, pathways, lost civilization architecture designed to withstand time and ocean pressures. This is ancient secrets revealed, hidden archaeology that science can't explain, Harold muttered. The pulses of the bloop shifted, the frequency modulated almost like a heartbeat. A rhythm of life, echoing through oceans and deserts, mountains and plains. Lila's eyes widened. Harold, the frequencies, they're telling a story. A story of civilizations long gone. Civilizations with knowledge we lost. Hidden knowledge. Harold swallowed. And it's encoded in sound, in vibration, in resonance. Ancient technology, hidden beneath the waves. waiting for someone to understand. The ocean, once silent and unknowable, now whispered. Secrets of untold history, lost knowledge, forbidden truths buried beneath layers of sand, rock, and water. Lila shivered. Imagine what else is out there. Other lost ancient sites, ancient artifacts, mysteries they never wanted you to know, waiting to be discovered. The bloop pulsed again, louder, and this time, the sound wasn't just in the water, it was in their minds. Thoughts intertwined with frequencies, images of lost cities, pyramids, and unknown temples flashing in their minds like ancient memories. Harold stepped back. It's rewriting everything we know. Historical mysteries, lost civilizations, ancient discoveries. It's all connected. The Taos Hum, the Bloop, the pyramids, Göbekli Tepe, Machu Picchu. It's a single hidden network. Lila's voice broke the silence. We're standing on the edge of forbidden knowledge. History they tried to bury. Mysteries science can't explain. Ancient secrets hidden across the globe. Harold nodded. And we're only beginning to listen. Only beginning to understand the whispers of the past. The ocean pulsed again, the low-frequency sound vibrating through their bones. It was a hum, a heartbeat, a warning, and a key. Every unsolved mystery, Lila whispered. Every lost civilization, every ancient artifact. It's all a piece of a puzzle they hoped we'd never see. And in that moment, one thought struck both scientists. The world was alive, the past was speaking, and the journey into hidden secrets, lost civilizations, and ancient mysteries had only just begun. Lila adjusted the sonar feed, eyes glued to the screen. The deeper they went, the more anomalies appeared. Shapes, structures, shadows that didn't belong. Look at this, she whispered, pointing at the 3D sonar mapping. These formations, they're not natural, not even close. Harold leaned in. Artificial. Definitely artificial. Somebody built this. Or something built this. The thought hung in the air. Something? Lila traced the patterns with her fingers. This architecture, it matches carvings found in ancient ruins across continents. Symbols, geometric patterns, harmonic designs. It's a global signature. Harold swallowed hard. Hidden archaeology, ancient technology, lost civilizations, all linked through sound, vibration, and now, these structures, they weren't just building cities, they were encoding knowledge. Encoding? Lila asked, incredulous. Like a map? A message? Harold nodded. Exactly, on the textbooks, knowledge they didn't want us to have. The drones pushed deeper, illuminating vast underwater halls. Columns, archways, and chambers carved into the seabed. Strange metallic objects lay scattered, artifacts that seemed to hum along with the bloop's frequency. Lila whispered, awestruck. Ancient artifacts, lost ancient sites, forbidden truths. Harold's hand hovered over the control panel. The frequencies are interacting with the structures. The bloop isn't just sound, it's a key, a way to unlock knowledge embedded in the ocean floor, knowledge that predates written history. Lila shivered. What if this is the proof of civilizations we never knew existed? Ones that understood physics, astronomy, even consciousness, at a level we've only begun to scratch. Harold's eyes widened. Lost knowledge, forbidden knowledge, and somehow that it's been waiting for us to find it. Suddenly, one of the drones caught a flash, a symbol carved into the rock. The shape was identical to a symbol recorded in Taos decades earlier, and to markings found on artifacts from Machu Picchu. No way, Lila whispered. It's the same symbol. Across the desert, the mountains, the ocean, someone left a network, a map of ancient discoveries hidden for millennia. Harold leaned closer. Historical enigmas, untold history, mysteries they never wanted you to know. This changes everything. Lila scanned the drone feed. There it was, a massive, dome-like structure buried partially under sediment. Its design was impossibly precise. The bloop pulsed again, almost like a heartbeat synchronizing with the dome. "It's communicating," Harold said. "The structure, the sound, it's alive in some way. Ancient technology, or energy we don't understand." The team exchanged glances. Fear, excitement, and disbelief mingled in the cramped control room. Lila's voice dropped to a whisper. "We're seeing history unfold. Hidden secrets, ancient technology, lost civilizations, all in front of us, underwater." Harold nodded slowly. "And if this is just one site, imagine what else is out there. Other lost ancient sites, ancient artifacts. Mysteries they tried to erase from the record." The bloop sounded again, longer this time, almost melodic. Lila and Harold watched as the waveform formed distinct repeating patterns, harmonics aligned with the geometric carvings, symbols, and chambers. "It's a language," Lila breathed, "or a code, something designed to be decoded by the right minds. At the right time." Harold swallowed. "Or at the right moment. Maybe it waits for civilization to reach a point where we can finally understand it." The realization hit them both. The bloop wasn't an anomaly. It wasn't random. It was intentional. Intentional communication. From civilizations lost, forgotten, or hidden. Lila's fingers trembled over the controls. "We're on the edge of something no one has ever truly seen." Historical mysteries, ancient discoveries, untold history. This is bigger than anything in textbooks or documentaries. Harold's voice was barely a whisper. "We're uncovering mysteries they never wanted you to know. Hidden secrets, lost civilizations, forbidden truths, ancient technology, ancient artifacts, all of it encoded in sound, waiting for us." Then the unthinkable happened. One of the drone cameras caught movement beneath the dome, a shadow, massive, unlike any known sea creature. "Harold, look!" Lila shouted. He leaned in. That's impossible. It can't exist." The object pulsed with the same harmonic frequency as the bloop. It moved with intent. It interacted with the structure. Lila swallowed hard. "It's protecting something. Or guiding something." The drone's sensors picked up more. Chambers opening. Hidden passages illuminated by bioluminescent organisms. Inscriptions on walls glowing faintly in response to the pulses. "It's a library," Harold whispered. "A library of lost civilizations, of knowledge we thought we'd never find. Ancient secrets encoded in stone and sound." Lila's voice trembled. "A history documentary in real time, but this is real, not staged, not narrated. Real ancient mysteries, underwater, untold, unsolved enigmas." They had uncovered more than a sound. They had uncovered a network, a global map of knowledge, hidden across continents and oceans, encoded in ancient technology, resonating with ancient discoveries, forbidden truths, waiting for those brave enough to follow. Lila's eyes met Harold's. "We're standing at the edge of everything history tried to hide. Everything science can't explain." Harold nodded. "And we're just getting started." The drones moved closer to the massive dome structure. Each pass revealed more carvings, more chambers, more proof that this wasn't just a geological formation. "Harold, this isn't natural," Lila whispered, pointing to angular walls beneath layers of sediment. "Look at these geometric patterns, perfectly aligned, like they were calculated. Ancient technology at work." Harold leaned in, squinting at the screen. "Lost civilizations, hidden archaeology. This is something they didn't want us to find." They noticed a corridor partially blocked by debris. Lila adjusted the drone's manipulator arm to remove it. As the path cleared, a strange glow emanated from within. Not bioluminescence. Something else. Something deliberate. "What is that?" Harold asked, eyes wide. Lila's voice trembled. "It's energy. Ancient energy. Flowing through the structure. Maybe it's how they powered the site. Lost ancient technology. Unimaginable." The corridor led them to a massive chamber, The walls were covered with inscriptions, symbols, and carvings. Some were familiar, similar to markings found in Taos, Machu Picchu, and Göbekli Tepe. Others, entirely alien. "These are messages," Lila whispered. "A record of civilizations. Knowledge we've lost. Forbidden truths. Untold history. Hidden archaeology." Harold's voice shook. "And it's all here, encoded in sound, stone, and energy." They weren't just building a city, they were leaving a legacy. Ancient secrets for those who could understand. The bloop pulsed again, louder this time. The entire chamber seemed to resonate with it. Symbols glowed in response. It was as if the structure itself was alive, reacting to the sound. "It's communicating," Lila breathed. "A message across millennia, ancient discoveries, lost civilizations, historical enigmas, all waiting for us." Harold stepped closer. "We're not just looking at a lost city. We're witnessing a network, hidden archaeology that spans oceans, deserts, and mountains, forbidden knowledge, encoded in every stone, every pulse, every sound." Lila's hands shook as she examined the inscriptions. It talks about energy, astronomy, consciousness, lost knowledge about the universe, knowledge they didn't want in the hands of future generations. Harold nodded slowly. Ancient technology, ancient artifacts, mysteries they buried. This is the kind of history documentary they'd never air. The untold history, hidden secrets, ancient discoveries, all here, beneath the waves. Suddenly the drones detected movement. Something massive, something alive emerged from the darkness. It was not a whale, not a known creature. Its body shimmered, reflecting the chamber's glow. "It's guarding the site," Lila whispered, "or guiding it, like a sentinel." Harold swallowed hard. "Or maybe it's part of the system, part of the knowledge, part of the ancient technology." The object moved through the chamber, pulses of the bloop synchronizing with its movements. The inscriptions on the wall shimmered in response, forming patterns, a map, a story, a message across time. Hidden secrets, lost civilizations, ancient technology, forbidden knowledge, Lila whispered. "It's all connected. The Taos Hum, the bloop, pyramids, Göbekli Tepe, everything." Harold's eyes widened. "This is bigger than any mystery documentaries, history documentaries, or educational programs. This is the story of the world, untold history, ancient artifacts, unsolved enigmas, lost knowledge." The team paused, awestruck. The ocean had revealed a secret older than recorded history, a legacy that had survived millennia, waiting for humans to discover it. "We're standing on the threshold of everything," Lila said softly. "Lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge. It's all real. And it's been waiting for us." Harold nodded, voice barely audible. "And it's only the beginning. There are other sites, other lost ancient sites, other mysteries science can't explain. Ancient secrets hidden across the globe." They had uncovered more than a sound, more than a city. They had uncovered a network, a map, a message. A history that had been deliberately hidden, encoded in sound, stone, and energy across time and continents. "And now," Lila whispered, "we are part of the story. The journey beyond the textbooks, the mysteries they never wanted you to know, has begun." Lila and Harold floated above the chamber in the submersible, watching the shimmering forms of the walls respond to the bloop's pulses. Every beat of the sound seemed to unlock a hidden layer of the inscriptions, revealing symbols, maps, and diagrams long buried beneath sediment. "Look at this," Lila whispered, pointing to a diagram that appeared like a star chart. "It's not just a map of this site. It's a map of the stars, the oceans beneath. Maybe even time itself." Harold's voice trembled. "Ancient technology, lost knowledge. They were teaching us through sound, through architecture, through energy. Forbidden truths, hidden for centuries." The deeper they explored, the more they realized the bloop wasn't random. It wasn't a signal sent by chance. It was a communication system, designed to activate only at the right frequency, maybe only when someone with the right knowledge or technology arrived. "It's like a key," Lila said, her voice barely a whisper. "The bloop is a key to unlocking lost civilizations, ancient secrets, historical enigmas, mysteries they never wanted you to know." Harold leaned in, eyes wide. And what if this isn't the only key? What if there are other bloop-like signals around the world, hidden archaeology, ancient discoveries, all waiting to be uncovered? The submersible drifted past another chamber. There, partially buried under layers of sand, were artifacts that defied explanation. Objects made of metals unknown to modern science, inscribed with symbols that matched carvings found in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Americas. "Ancient technology," Lila breathed. "Lost civilizations, connecting the globe through symbols and sound. This is history science can't explain." Harold nodded. "And it's all been waiting, hidden, buried, in the oceans, deserts, and mountains. Ancient secrets encoded in stone, sound, and energy. Mysteries they didn't want uncovered." Lila reached for the control panel, trying to enhance the drone's feed. She gasped. Another set of symbols appeared, intricate, geometric, almost mathematical. They seemed to pulse with the bloop, vibrating in harmony. "It's a code," she whispered. "A message spanning millennia. Lost civilizations, forbidden truths, ancient discoveries, all hidden in sound and stone." Harold's fingers hovered over the sonar console. "This is beyond any history documentary or mystery documentary. This is the real, untold history. Hidden secrets they never wanted revealed." Suddenly, movement. Shadows shifted beneath the water. Massive forms, like guardians, moved in sync with the bloop. They weren't creatures as we know them. Their bodies reflected the symbols on the walls, glowing faintly in rhythm with the sound waves. "Sentinels," Lila whispered. "Guardians of the knowledge. Or perhaps guides for those worthy to decode it." Harold swallowed hard. Lost ancient sites, ancient artifacts, hidden archaeology. The History Channel would never air this. Mysteries beyond textbooks. Mysteries they never wanted you to know. The submersible passed through another archway, and Lila gasped. Before them was a massive circular chamber. In the center floated an object, spherical, metallic, humming softly, responding to the bloop. Symbols shimmered across its surface, almost alive. "It's a device," Harold said. "Ancient technology. Lost knowledge encoded into an artifact. Something that could change how we understand physics, energy, even consciousness." Lila reached for the manipulator arm, trembling. "Imagine what this could teach us. Forbidden truths, hidden archaeology, unsolved enigmas of our past, all waiting beneath the waves." As the submersible drew closer, the sphere pulsed brighter. A pattern emerged, a sequence of lights matching the inscriptions on the walls. They were instructions, a story, a warning. "It's communicating," Lila whispered. "Not in words, but in symbols, light and sound, ancient secrets, lost civilizations, untold history, historical enigmas." Harold leaned back, voice low. "And if we understand it, we could unlock knowledge they hid for millennia. Knowledge that could rewrite everything we know about ancient technology, lost ancient sites, and forbidden truths." The sphere emitted a pulse so strong that the water vibrated. Symbols across the chamber shimmered and shifted. The inscriptions weren't static, they were alive. Hidden archaeology, lost knowledge, ancient artifacts, ancient discoveries, all interacting with this device. It's a map, a lesson, a message from civilizations we never knew existed. Harold's eyes widened. "And it's global. This isn't just the bloop. Other sites, other oceans, deserts, mountains, all connected. Lost civilizations leaving breadcrumbs across the world." Lila leaned closer. "This is more than a history documentary. This is real-time uncovering of unsolved enigmas, a journey beyond the textbooks, ancient technology, lost ancient sites, historical mysteries, ancient artifacts, mysteries science can't explain." Harold's voice dropped. "And we're just scratching the surface. Imagine what else is hidden. Imagine all the ancient secrets, forbidden knowledge, and lost civilizations still waiting to be discovered. The team knew they had stumbled onto something monumental. Not just an underwater anomaly, not just a sound. This was a network of knowledge, a legacy left by civilizations long forgotten, encoded in sound, stone, energy, and artifacts spanning the globe. And now, Lila whispered, voice trembling, we are the witnesses, the keepers of secrets they never wanted revealed. Lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge, ancient discoveries. The untold history of humanity itself. Harold exhaled slowly. And this is only the beginning. There are more sites, more signals, more mysteries, more ancient knowledge waiting for us to uncover. This continuation adds roughly 3,500 to 3,800 words, completing part 5-6 of your script with the same cinematic, suspenseful, whispered narration, tying the Bloop to lost civilizations, forbidden knowledge, hidden archaeology, and ancient discoveries, while maintaining the educational yet emotionally engaging storytelling style. Lila and Harold hovered above the glowing sphere. Every pulse of the Bloop sent vibrations through the water, resonating with the submersible's hull. The lights on the artifact shifted, forming shapes that resembled constellations, ancient scripts, and maps of forgotten lands. "Do you see that?" Lila whispered. "It's showing us connections, lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, ancient technology, even places we haven't discovered yet." Harold nodded slowly. "It's like the civilizations were leaving breadcrumbs, clues across the globe, untold history, mysteries they never wanted us to uncover." The inscriptions along the chamber walls began to glow brighter in response. Some symbols aligned perfectly with the pulses of the Bloop, revealing a story encoded in sound, light, and geometry. "It's history, recorded in a way we've never seen before," Lila whispered. "Ancient discoveries, forbidden truths, lost knowledge, unsolved enigmas, hidden archaeology, all waiting for someone to decode them." Harold shivered. "Imagine what this could teach us about consciousness, energy, ancient technology, even civilizations that predate recorded history." The team realized that these weren't just ruins. This was a living archive, a network designed to preserve knowledge through millennia. Every pulse, every symbol, every energy signature held meaning. "They didn't want this lost," Lila murmured. "They hid it, but they also protected it. With the Bloop, with sound, with energy, with guardians we've just seen." Harold's voice dropped. "And maybe they knew we'd eventually find it. Maybe we were meant to uncover this hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge, ancient artifacts, the mysteries they never wanted revealed." Lila's hands shook as she traced the patterns on the control screen. Symbols from the Bloop's pulses matched carvings she had seen in Egypt, Central America, and the mountains of New Mexico. "This isn't isolated," she whispered. "These civilizations, they were connected. Lost civilizations across the world, ancient secrets, ancient technology, forbidden knowledge, all part of a global network of hidden archaeology." Harold leaned closer, eyes wide. "It's bigger than anything we've ever imagined. Historical enigmas, untold history, lost knowledge, mysteries they never wanted us to know, hidden beneath oceans, deserts, mountains, and forests." The artifact pulsed again, stronger this time, and a holographic map seemed to rise from its surface. Glowing lines connected the oceanic site to deserts in Egypt, jungles in South America, and highlands in Asia. "It's a map of knowledge," Lila whispered. "Ancient discoveries, lost civilizations, ancient artifacts, untold history, hidden secrets, forbidden truths, all connected across continents." Harold swallowed. "And every site, every artifact, every mystery is part of the same story. Historical mysteries, ancient secrets, unsolved enigmas, mysteries science can't explain." The drones began scanning the chamber, revealing more chambers and passageways hidden beneath layers of sediment. Each quarter led to more inscriptions, more artifacts, more puzzles. "It's endless," Lila whispered. "Every discovery leads to another. Hidden archaeology, lost knowledge, ancient technology, unsolved mysteries, forbidden truths, ancient secrets waiting for someone brave enough to uncover them." Harold's eyes widened as he examined a series of carvings depicting what looked like energy transmission through stone and water. "Ancient technology. They were harnessing energy in ways we can barely imagine today," he whispered. "Lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, ancient discoveries, mysteries beyond the textbooks, forbidden knowledge." The team paused, overwhelmed. They were standing in a chamber older than recorded history, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by knowledge lost to time. The bloop was no longer just a sound. It was a message, a warning, a guide. "We've uncovered part of it," Lila whispered. "But there's more. Hidden archaeology across the globe, lost civilizations, ancient secrets, forbidden knowledge, mysteries they never wanted revealed." Harold nodded slowly. "And now it's our turn. We're part of the story, the journey beyond the textbooks, the ancient discoveries, the lost knowledge, the hidden archaeology, all waiting for those brave enough to seek it. The ancient secrets, lost civilizations, forbidden knowledge, hidden archaeology, mysteries science can't explain." They exchanged a look. Both knew this was bigger than any documentary, bigger than any History Channel episode. This was history itself, hiding in plain sight, waiting for discovery, waiting for us. "And the world will never be the same," Lila whispered. "Hidden secrets, lost civilizations, ancient technology, ancient discoveries, forbidden truths, untold history." "The history they teach in school," Lila whispered. "This is untold history, hidden secrets, lost civilizations, forbidden knowledge, ancient discoveries, waiting to be decoded." The artifact pulsed again, brighter this time, casting intricate shadows across the walls. Symbols moved like living hieroglyphs, whispering the stories of civilizations that vanished without a trace. "Lost ancient sites," Harold murmured. "Ancient technology, hidden archaeology, mysteries science can't explain, historical enigmas, unsolved mysteries. It's all here." The submersible's cameras revealed more chambers branching out in every direction. Each one contained objects that seemed impossibly advanced for their time, tools, devices, and structures hinting at knowledge far beyond our own. "Forbidden truths," Lila breathed. They weren't just hiding treasures. They were hiding knowledge. Lost civilizations, ancient technology, ancient discoveries, hidden archaeology, all designed to survive time and remain hidden until we were ready. Harold pointed at a series of symbols forming a circle around the central artifact. "It's a network," he whispered. "Not just local, global. Ancient civilizations leaving breadcrumbs, connecting continents, lost civilizations, hidden secrets, ancient discoveries, untold history." Lila leaned in, examining carvings depicting energy flowing through water, stone, and even sound. They understood energy, vibration, resonance, lost knowledge, ancient technology, mysteries science can't explain, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge. Harold swallowed hard. "And now, we're part of that story. The journey beyond the textbooks, ancient discoveries, lost civilizations, historical enigmas, mysteries they never wanted us to know." As they moved deeper into the chamber, a new symbol emerged, glowing like a beacon. It seemed to respond directly to the bloop's frequency, vibrating in harmony. "It's alive," Lila whispered, "not in the way we think, but in the way it communicates. Ancient secrets, lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge, mysteries science can't explain, all encoded in energy, stone, and sound." Harold's voice was barely audible. "And the world above doesn't know. Yet. But this, This is the key to understanding humanity's past, its lost knowledge, its ancient discoveries, and forbidden truths. Suddenly, the artifact pulsed with a rhythm that echoed through the water, through the submersible, through their very bones. The walls shimmered, revealing a map of Earth, pinpointing locations where similar artifacts, sounds, and inscriptions existed. Global, Lila whispered. Lost civilizations across continents. Ancient secrets hidden in deserts, oceans, mountains, and jungles. Forbidden knowledge. Hidden archaeology. Ancient discoveries. Unsolved enigmas. Harold's eyes widened. This isn't just an ocean mystery. It's a blueprint of human history. A network of knowledge they didn't want us to find. Untold history. Ancient technology. Mysteries science can't explain. They realized something extraordinary. These civilizations weren't destroyed. They were preserved. Through sound, stone, energy, and artifacts, their knowledge survived millennia, waiting for someone capable of understanding it. It's a message, Lila said. Ancient secrets, lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge, mysteries science can't explain. And now, we are the witnesses, the keepers of the story. Harold nodded slowly. And we have a responsibility to share what we find, to decode the mysteries, to honor lost civilizations, ancient discoveries, historical enigmas, ancient artifacts, hidden secrets, untold history. The submersible drifted toward the exit, leaving the glowing artifact behind. But they knew this was just the beginning. Every chamber, every artifact, every sound was a clue to a vast network of hidden knowledge spanning the globe. There's more, Lila whispered. Deserts in Egypt, jungles in Central America, mountains in Asia, lost civilizations, hidden archaeology, forbidden knowledge, ancient technology, mysteries science can't explain, ancient discoveries, historical enigmas. Harold exhaled. And we're only scratching the surface. Each discovery leads to another. Each bloop, each sound, each artifact, a step deeper into untold history, lost knowledge, ancient secrets, hidden archaeology, unsolved enigmas. Lila looked at Harold. We have to keep searching, keep documenting, keep decoding. Hidden secrets, lost civilizations, ancient discoveries, forbidden knowledge, ancient artifacts, untold history, mysteries they never wanted you to know. Harold nodded. And one day, the world will understand. The journey beyond the textbooks, ancient secrets, hidden archaeology, historical mysteries, unsolved enigmas, ancient technology, lost ancient sites, mysteries science can't explain, revealed at last. They surfaced, the sunlight piercing the ocean's depths. The bloop's pulse faded behind them, but its resonance stayed with them, echoing in their minds. They had touched history that science couldn't explain, uncovered secrets that had remained hidden for millennia, and glimpsed a network of lost civilizations beyond imagination. And this is only the beginning, Lila whispered. The mysteries continue, the journey continues. Hidden archaeology, ancient artifacts, forbidden knowledge, ancient secrets, lost civilizations, untold history, mysteries they never wanted you to know. Harold smiled, a mix of awe and determination. And we'll keep exploring, keep questioning, keep uncovering. History documentary style. Mystery documentaries. A journey beyond the textbooks. The ancient mysteries are calling, and we must answer.